A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Global Youth Cricket League. It is match number 3 for the USA Chargers, and they are up against the Achievers Academy. Well, the Achievers Academy have won the toss and they'll to bat first today here at the Musgaon Cricket Club. And Aman once again is going to start with the new ball. And Kanav is going to take strike. Here we go then. Ball number 1. And nicely played straight away on the leg side. A 40 over a side game. They need to take the time out there, the players. Once again, an excellent start by Aman. Right on the money, right from the word go. This time he plays it towards the third man fielder and gets off the mark. So the first run on the board, and the Achievers Academy are off and running. Man of the match from the first game. He already has 7 wickets to his name in this tournament in just the 2 games and would be wanting to add more today. But it's not going to be easy up against the Achievers Academy. This time nicely defended. This time it struck the pad and appealed for a leg before wicket, but definitely going over the stumps, hitting above the knee roll. Once again, wanting to play it towards the fielder at third man, but plays it straight to the man at point. And just the one run on the board with one more to come. Once again, played towards the third man region. The chase is on, but this time the ball will win the race. And he's beaten the fielder out there. So that's the first boundary of this innings. And a decent enough start this for the Achievers Academy. At the end of the first, it is 5 without a wicket. This time played straight to the fielder out there at mid-off. Soham present there. Once two, being very economical. Once again driven, but straight again to Soham. So a maiden over for Suraj to start off with. An excellent one. At the end of the second, it is Mazgaon Cricket Club. Mazgaon Cricket Club. Keeper couldn't quite collect that one, and they get. Maybe just finding the faintest of the edges. Carry to the wicketkeeper or the slip fielder. This time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder at point. Happy to just knock it around over so far. One more to come. And this time he stuck that one away. The fine leg fielder is getting across. And he gets it and between the wickets. So a couple of runs added to the total. 3 coming off that one in the end. And at the end of the third, now it is 8 without a wicket for the Achievers Academy. So Suraj continuing after that maiden over. This time it struck the pad. And half a shout. This time just leaves that one alone. This time tucked away fine and fine enough for a boundary. So the second boundary of the innings, and for the first time Suraj has conceded some runs. But it was bowled on the pads and just flicked away in the end. And they get into those double figures here in this fourth over. So both the boundaries in the name of Nutan. This time a much better length, where it is a green top out here. And the ball can take an awkward bounce off the pitch. But you expect the pitch to help the spinners a little more compared in the other games. At the end of the fourth, now it is 12 without a wicket. So a slow start this for the Achievers Academy. 12 without a wicket, taking their time out there. Once again, nicely defended, respecting all the good deliveries as they continue to do so. Well, this time he has overstepped Aman, and it's a no ball and a free hit coming up now for the first time an opportunity here for the Achievers Academy to free their arms. And it's going to be Kanav who will face this free hit, an opportunity for him to get his first big shot in. And charging down the right through him. A very good delivery, and Aman gets away with the free hit. Well, such has been the quality of the bowling by Aman and Suraj. Bowling it partnerships. This time a short delivery and wanting to pull that one away, but given as a wide by the umpire. So a couple of extras given away in this over. Aman being a little sloppy. Pretty unlike him, bowling those extra deliveries. Once again, side edge. And this time a shorter delivery and picked up on the leg side perfectly into the gap. And another boundary. For the first time, it's Kanav in on the boundaries. And it has been an expensive over this one by Aman. 6 of it now. Showing a good batting display out here. Just the one more delivery left now in this over. 6 of it already. It hasn't been typical Aman in this over. And once again, it struck the pad and appeal, but the umpire not interested at all. So at the end of the fifth over, now it is 18 without a wicket. So still searching for an early breakthrough here, the USA Chargers. And the Achievers Academy building their innings nicely here. 18 on the board without losing a wicket. This time played nicely on the offside and it's past everybody and into the fence. Another boundary for Nutan. Superbly played. And beating the man out there at third man. And that's his third boundary now. Growing in confidence with every single delivery. This time leaves that one alone. This time played straight to the fielder out there at backward point. This time driven, but once again straight to the fielder. Another dot delivery. This time up against Kanav. This time a shorter delivery and picked up, but won't be able to beat the fielder out there at fine leg. So another single to end the over. 6 of it once again. And at the end of the sixth, now it is 24 without a wicket for the Achievers Academy. This partnership building nicely for the Achievers Academy. Kanav and Nutan both complementing each other nicely and sticking around at the crease. This time tucked away on the leg side, and Soham is chasing after it. In fact, it was Ishan on that occasion. They get a couple of runs. So good placement. Another dot delivery. Well, keeping the wickets in hand here, the Achievers Academy. And they know how crucial it can be in the later stages of the innings. This time he misses out on a shorter delivery, wanting to pick it up over the slip cordon. Once again tucked away on this leg side, but straight to Suraj. Only a single. This time left alone. This time played straight to mid off. So just the three of the over at the end of the seventh. Now it is 27 without a wicket. So Suraj is into his fourth over now. Played slightly uppishly, but once again straight to Soham out there at mid off. So a change in the bowling is going to be Advik to continue. Time for some off spin. It's the left arm off spinner continuing here. Starts off with the dot delivery. This time played in the air and gone. And that's the first one down. He's played it straight down the throat of the fielder at point. And Kanav departs. 18 for him today. And he has perished here. And the trick to turn to spin has worked here for the USA Chargers. 35 for 1 now in this ninth over. So Advik getting a wicket just off his second delivery as they try to build some pressure here, the USA Chargers. And once again, an excellent delivery just past that outside edge. And the off spinner applying a lot of pressure as we expected. It would help the spinners this pitch. Arya Patel coming in here at number 3, wanting to reconsolidate. This time he plays it into the gap on the offside. Out there, a deep extra cover. So gets off the mark of his second delivery. And this time swept and played behind square. The chase is on. And the fielder will win the race. The ball won't quite carry to the fielder. Coming back for the second and they make it. Once again, wanting to sweep that one. And he gets a dot delivery. At the end of the ninth, now it is 38 for 1. So it seems like it's going to be Yuan to continue in this over number 10. And he's pulled it away, played uppishly, but out there towards the fielder, a deep fine leg. This time hit hard down the ground, but once again straight to the fielder out there at Soham, mid off. Once again played out towards the fielder, a deep fine leg. This time nudged away and getting across for a quick single. And they make it in the end. A bit risky once again on that occasion. Trying to get those singles in outside this power play. And wanting to continue to build the Achievers Academy, keeping those wickets in hand. And this time just past the outside edge. So at the end of the 10th over, now it is 41 for 1. So this time swept up against Advik as they search for this second wicket now. This time played straight to the fielder. wanting to drive on that occasion. And this time it's swept and it's beaten the fielder out there. Suraj couldn't quite stop that one. And a boundary. Swept very hard on that occasion and gets a much needed boundary. So a change of personnel now in the fielding. They've moved Ishan down here at deep mid wicket now. And Suraj has been pushed inside the circle. And once again, wanting to sweep and didn't quite carry out there to the fielder. That could have gone anywhere. But a dot to end the over at the end of the 11th. Now it is 47 for 1. So Yuan continuing here in this over number 12. And getting a single of the very first delivery, 48 for 1. And just a couple of runs short of that 50-run mark. And this time a short delivery picked up over the fielder at mid-wicket. The chase is on. But the ball seems like won't quite win the race. He's done well. He's kept that one in. And a couple of more runs added to the total. That brings up the 50 mark. 50 for 1 for the Achievers Academy in this over number 12. And they would feel that they are going on at a decent pace. Once again pulled, and this time a misfield. And it's beaten the fielder. This time the ball will find the fence. This time hit much more harder. And Yuan is proving to be expensive now. Well, not the best of the fielding display out there. Superbly played in the end by Arya Patel. Once again tucked away on the leg side and gets another single. Once again, just past that outside edge. Once again, wanting to come back for the second, and he slips out there at the striker's end. So at the end of the 12th over, now it is 56 for 1. So once again, Advik continuing. Surprised not to see Karan yet. Once again, swept, and Ishan gets across to stop that one. Good piece of fielding. This time he drives it, and Karan does superbly well to stop that one, and he keeps it down to a dot delivery. This time charging down the wicket, and once again tucking it away on the leg side, getting that single. This time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder. Good bit of fielding once again. Once again wanting to sweep that one, and he misses out on that occasion. Well, Arya fooling everyone, even the cameraman out there. And this time he connects and played straight to the fielder at mid-on. Once again, couldn't quite get the middle. So just a single. So at the end of the 13th, now it is 59 for 1. This time a wide down the leg side. That's the third extra of this innings. This time played back to the bowler. Well, going at a good rate today, the USA Chargers. They have been a bit slow while bowling out their 40 overs in the previous games. And in this game, it seems to be much better. And this time a cut, but finds the fielder out there, a third man. Once again nudged on the offside, and Ishan gets across, and they get across too. A quick single taken. So happy to knock the ball around here in these middle overs and trying to consolidate here in this innings the Achievers Academy. Once again played straight to Karan. This time trying to find the gap between the gully fielder and point fielder and maybe overthrows. Well, the long chase and it's gone away to the boundary. That's 5 runs to be added to the total of the Achievers Academy. Well, it was not quite needed there from Ishan, but those overthrows helping. And this partnership going along superbly well now, worth 32 of just 33 as they keep on building here, Nutan and Arya. And this time he's played this one in the air and he's beaten the fielder at mid off. A couple of bounces and it trickles away to the boundary. So back to back boundaries here. First off an overthrow and now off the bat. And a huge over coming to an end at the end of the 14th. Now it is 71 for 1 for the Achievers Academy. So Advik is into his fourth now. 1 for 11. He's been very economical as well, along with that wicket. And this time he swept it, but finds Ishan out there in the deep. This time slightly short and hit hard on the offside. The fielder does well to stop that one. And just a single. This time driven. Once again hit hard. This time it's in the gap and the fielder does well to get across at long on. And a couple of more runs added. Once again played on the slick side, wanting to come back for the second, and they make it quite comfortably. This time it was Ishan who got across. And good piece of running between the wickets at the end of the 15th. Now it is 78 for 1, and the umpires have called for drinks. So 78 for 1, and it seems like Karan is going to go to himself. The captain Karan Anand coming into bowl in this over number 16 as they search a wicket to break this partnership. This partnership moving along really good for the Achievers Academy, and an excellent delivery to start off with. So the USA Chargers must be wanting to regather themselves after that drinks break. 78 for 1, going at a very good rate now. The Achievers Academy, they started off slowly, and that will be another dot delivery, just this time just past that outside edge. This time he tucks it away on the leg side, takes that single. And this time he's played it behind square. A nice little sweep shot. And the ball is trickling away to the boundary as well. That's good placement in the end. Well, hardly any pace offered, but he's placed that one to perfection. The field had no chance to get across. And a boundary up against Karan Anand. And with that, Nutan moves on to 39 now. 39 of 39, striking at 100 after that slow start. This time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder. So 5 of the over already, one more to come. And that will make it 6. Well, in fact, they can come back for the second as well, but Karan has done really well to get across and stop that one of his own bowling. So 6 coming off that one at the end of the 16th now. It is 84 for 1. So another over starts, and he starts off with a boundary. This time up against Advik. And another boundary here for Nutan. Moves on to 44 with that. He is playing a really important hand out here. A very good innings so far this. This time slightly short, and once again in the gap. Another boundary, back-to-back boundaries here, this time towards the cow corner region. And he has started to put the foot on the accelerator here now. Achievers Academy looking set to score a big total here. And there's not much that the USA Chargers are able to react with. This time played away on the leg side, and a single taken and overthrows once again. Won't quite find the fence on this occasion. A couple of runs will bring up the half century for Nutan. That's his 50 of just 44 for him. It has been an outstanding innings. He's not even realized it yet. And good to see that the youngster has full concentration in the game and not on his own individual score. This time he drives it down the ground towards the fielder out there at long on. This time he nudges it on the offside past the slip fielder. And another single taken, keeping the scoreboard ticking. It has been a huge over already. 12 of it, one more to come. And Advik, who had an economy rate of less than 4, is now more than 6. And this time cut away, but once again out there to the fielder in the deep. So a single to end the over. 13 coming of that one, the biggest over of the innings. At the end of the 17th, now it is 97 for 1. So Karan Anand continuing and swept ever so nicely. That's into the gap once again. Another boundary. And that boundary will also bring up the 100 for the Achievers Academy. 101 for 1 in this 18th over. And they are going along superbly well now. And the USA Chargers are starting to feel the pressure. Not quite able to break this partnership. This time he respects the good delivery, defends that one. This time hit down the ground for a single. Once again defended. And both the batters look set to score big. This time nudged on the offside. Well, he got quite a way, long way across. And a good call in the end by the non-striker sending him back. It was a direct hit. You don't want to do anything silly and end up being run out here. This time played nicely in the gap down the ground, and a single taken once again towards Soham. So at the end of the 18th, now it is 103 for 1. So a change in the bowling. It's going to be Ishan to continue. Advik has been taken off the attack. Well, the previous over being very expensive, he gave away 13. So just wanting to change it a little here. The USA Chargers. Karan has not been shy of changing his bowlers every now and then. Starts off with a dot delivery up against Arya Patel. This time should be given as a wide down the leg side, and it is. The keeper Sohan does really well. This time defends it. And that will be another wide, this time outside the tram line on the offside. Well, hasn't been quite on the money here, Ishan. He's got a couple of dots, but a couple of wides as well. Once again defended. Once again, superbly bowled by Ishan. Well, just a couple of wides coming off this over, and the batter will start to feel the pressure. No runs off the bat at all in this over. This time it struck the pad and appeal, but the umpire not interested once again. So Arya Patel not quite able to get on with the innings here in this over. 5 dot deliveries along with those 2 wides. And this time played on the offside. Finally, a run off the bat. The first one. 3 coming off that one at the end of the 19th. Now it is 106 for 1. So Karan continuing, and once again a huge appeal for a leg before wicket, but the umpire denies it. So back-to-back dot deliveries. This time driven in the gap. Finds the single out there in the deep. And this time finds a thick outside edge, and the ball will race away to the boundary. So 4 welcome runs. Well, not quite very intended, but it does not matter where do they come. Wanting to go inside out, a thick outside edge. And he finds another boundary, and the score moves on to Nelson. All ones on the board. 1-1-1 for one. This time played slightly uppishly, but once again straight down the ground. So another dot to end the over at the end of the 20th. Now it is 112 for one. So Ishan continuing halfway through this innings, and this time picked up all the way. A superb hit towards the cow corner region, and a maximum on this occasion. Well, taking full advantage of the fuller one, and beautifully hit. And that'll spoil the figures for Ishan, who gave away just the 3 in his very first over, gives away double the runs on the first delivery of his second. And this time swept it, and swept it hard. 3 fielders converging, gets just a single. Once again wanting to play it over the fielder at mid wicket, but Suraj will collect that one. This time driven down the ground. And Arya doing the smart thing of giving the strike back to Nutan, who is on 69 at the moment. 69 of just 53. What an outstanding innings it has been so far. Well, he took his time right at the start of the innings. and now has really put the foot on the accelerator. This time gets a single through the offside. Once again hit hard, and the fielder not quite able to stop that one. Karan on that occasion, it beats him, but does well to slow the ball down at the least. Once again driven down the ground towards the fielder at long off. So that will end the 21st over with the score at 122 for 1. So once again, Karan continuing, and the Achievers Academy having a foothold in here in this first innings of the game. This time nudged away on the leg side by Arya. Gets a single across. Once again picked up. And has he found the distance once again? You bet he has. That's another 6 for Nutan Goel. And he moves on to 76 with that one. Superbly struck down the ground. Excellent power hitting this. And the Achievers Academy are building a very good total here after that slow start. Once again hit down the ground, and he will beat the fielder. Hit straight as an arrow on this occasion over the umpire. And back-to-back boundaries. What a superb knock it has been. Perfectly calculated. At the beginning of the innings, he was striking at just 40, and then he just kept on going. A typical opener's innings. This time beats the bowler, gets that single in down towards the long on fielder. Good smart cricket as well. And the USA charge as well, not really able to respond here. And this time skidding through. A much better delivery by Karan. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 22nd now. It is 134 for 1. So once again, Ishan continuing. And Nutan on strike. 81 of just 57. Would be eyeing that triple figure mark. This time played down the ground, and he gets another boundary. Once again hit straight as possible, hitting in the safest area of the field. And superbly struck once again. And this partnership is worth 100 now. 103 of the 63 deliveries. And no chance out there for the fielder at long on. And this time a full toss. And once again, it's been dispatched. Inside out, into the fence once again. One bounce. And he's really turned the heat on here. Moves on to 89 now. Closing in on that 100. Well, he's done the bulk of the scoring here for the Achievers Academy. And this time, a much, much better delivery by Ishan. A good comeback. And this time, takes a quick single and moves into the 90s. Striking at almost 150 now. And the projected score has also jumped up to 252. And if they keep on batting this way, maybe 300 is on the cards as well for the Achievers Academy. Once again, he tries and straight to the fielder. Arya at the moment on 30 or 47. Once again, drives out to the fielder and another dot. So at the end of the 23rd now, it is 143 for 1-9 coming off that one. So a change in the bowling, continuing with the left arm off spinner. Krish Yadav for the first time in this tournament. And Nutan just takes a single. Once again, tucked away on the leg side by Arya. And doing the smart thing at the moment, giving the strike to Nutan as much as possible. It has been a very well calculated innings this by Nutan Goel. 91 of the 63. Who would have thought that at the start of the innings? He's just grown in confidence. Once again, played on the leg side. This time, Arya slips. Won't be more than a single. Once again, nudged on the leg side. So just the 4 of the over. It has been a tight one, this. And it will stay as a tight over in the end. 5 coming off it. 5 singles and a dot. And at the end of the 24th now, it is 148 for 1. So the USA Chargers have gone back to the Pacers now. It's going to be Aman back into the attack, who is going to continue. He bowled just the 4 overs at the beginning of this innings. He kept things tight right at the start, but then started to concede a few runs. And he's back into the attack in search of wickets. They need to break this partnership desperately, otherwise, the Achievers Academy will run away with the game here. And it's picked up. It's gone high in the air. Chance of a catch, and it will land safely. Never easy running backwards. Krish Yadav on that occasion. He couldn't quite get underneath it. And Arya survives. In fact, it was Nutan on that occasion, and he moves on to 94 now with that. A lucky break for Nutan. And it brings Arya on strike, who has played second fiddle in this partnership. 32 or 50 for him. And this time it will be given as a wide. So that wide will bring up the 150 for the Achievers Academy, 150 for 1 in this 25th over. Having a run rate of more than 6 and over. This time Arya drives, and a bit of a misfield there by Karan, which will allow him to get across. So you can see the heads and the shoulders going down of the USA Chargers, really on the back foot here, and are being tested out here at the Musgao Cricket Club. And meanwhile, Nutan on 94, a hit away from a century. This time he hits it straight to Krish Yadav. Once again defends it. So respecting the good deliveries here, Nutan. Not playing any rash shots. And he has played very smartly so far and wanting to continue in similar fashion. Still a plenty of overs left, 15 after this one. 10 and over will get them to the 300 mark, which will really put the game beyond the USA Chargers. Although they have a very good batting lineup. This time he takes the single down the ground. The USA Chargers need to find some inspiration here. And this time a thick outside edge. And the ball races away to the boundary. It beats the fielder out there at third man. And a boundary for Arya. And a decent over, which was being bowled by Aman, is spoiled with that. In the end, 9 coming off it. And at the end of the 25th, now it is 146 for 1. 156, I beg your pardon. So Krish Yadav will continue, and why not? He gave away just the 5. And once again starts off by giving away a single up against Nutan, who moves on to 96 with that. And it brings Aryan Patel back on strike. Once again nudged away on the leg side, getting a quick single in. This time he drives and he beats the fielder on the offside. And a couple of more runs taken. Moves on to 98 with that. Closing in on the triple figure mark for himself. Once again played on the leg side. The shout is for a 2. And he will get back. And that will be his century. What an outstanding innings it has been by Nutan Goel. 100 of just 72 deliveries. And there goes the helmet off as well. He's deserved it. He has been very good right from the ball number 1. And he has middled everything that has come his way. And he would feel that he can still get plenty more runs here. Still a plenty of overs left. 14 more overs after this one. And he would be wanting to hang around. What an outstanding innings it has been. He's just picked up with every single delivery. He was striking at just 40 right at the beginning. He was 4 of just 10 and has kept on going up. And this time he finds another boundary once again in that cow corner region. Well, he just stood up there. Ever since he hit that, he knew it has gone for a boundary ever since the moment he hit it. And he is really just running away with this game here and taking the game totally away from the USA Chargers in the first innings itself. Once again played uppishly, and this time he's gone. Well, he got a bit complacent and he's played it straight down the throat of Soham. And finally, they get their second wicket here. The Achievers Academy lose their second. It's Nutan who departs after making that century. 104 of just 74 deliveries. And he's getting a standing ovation from the opposition as well. All the players congratulating him. And rightly so. And Krish Yadav gets his man at the end of the 26th. Now it is 166 for 2. A big wicket for the USA Chargers. So in comes Saif Khan at number 4. Well, 14 more overs left. And how would the Achievers Academy love to add at least another 120 or 130 more? So Aman continuing and starts off nicely. 5 overs, none for 25 for him. No wickets for him today. He took 7 in his first two. This time plays it straight to the fielder. So a couple of dots to start with. And Aryan Patel on 38 of 56, 55 in fact, and would be wanting to accelerate now as we head into the final few overs of this innings. And this time he's picked it up, chance of a catch, and he's dropped it. He's made a total mess of that one. It was a difficult chance, but Aryan Patel survives. And that could have been the second wicket in the last 4 deliveries. And Aman not quite getting his first wicket yet. And for the first time, we will see Saif Khan on strike, coming in here at number 4 with the side who already have a platform set here, thanks to Nutan Goyal. Plays it straight to Krish Yadav. This time played on the offside. Once again nudged on the offside. So just the 3 of the over. At the end of the 27th now, it is 169 for 2. So Krish Yadav continuing, 2 overs, 1 for 15 for him. Played straight to the fielder. Well, the Achievers Academy would be wanting to accelerate now. They already have a very good platform out here. And maybe it's time to launch. Once again, swept ever so nicely in the gap. Another boundary, and Aryan moves on to 44 with that. Beautifully hit. He has swept all day long up against the spinners. And once again, just places that one to perfection. Past the fielder at fine leg. No chance out there for Suraj to cut that one off. Once again, he sweeps. And once again, he's beaten the fielder, this time out at mid wicket. And another boundary at the deep mid wicket region. Excellent piece of batting, this. And he's turning the heat on here, Aryan Patel. Moves on to 48 now. A dot and a couple of back-to-back boundaries now. This time plays it down the ground towards the long off fielder. Just a single on that occasion. Well, this seems like a totally different ball game out here for the USA Chargers compared to the first two games. Winning the first one up against the Pristine Sports and then losing out to the Mumbai Cricket Club by 55 runs. This time played straight to the fielder by Saif. So just the one more delivery left and 9 of it. And it will stay at 9 for the over. So at the end of the 28th now, it is 178 for 2. So this time it is Suraj who will continue now in this over number 29. And he finds the outside edge and it's been given. And Saif Khan, short stay at the crease, comes to an end. Well, in fact, it's not Saif Khan, it's Aryan Patel who departs. And he departs for 49, just one short of that half century. And the Achievers Academy have lost their third one. And Aryan Patel, another set batter, gone. 178 for 3 now, and Suraj strikes. 78 for 3, and two new batters at the crease for the Achievers Academy. It's Jenny Nanda who comes in here at number 5, and that is given as 1 for the over by the umpire. Starts off with a short delivery there. Suraj up against the new batter, trying to be fiery. And the USA Chargers trying to get some wickets here. Once again, nicely defended. So an opportunity here for the USA Chargers to try and apply some pressure on the Achievers Academy. Two new batters at the crease. They can maybe try and bowl some dot deliveries and put some pressure and get a few more wickets. Try and restrict the opposition to a total as 250, which can be chaseable and doesn't run away from them. Once again, played back to the bowler. Once again, wanting to cut that one away, couldn't quite get the middle, and gets a single. Gets off the mark of his third delivery. Once again, an excellent delivery by Suraj, but given as a wide by the umpire. Continuing to bowl the short stuff. Suraj is a very tall lad, and he can get that bounce off the pitch. Once again, played on the offside, this time getting across for a quick single, a direct hit, but he made his ground quite comfortably. And this time he's picked this one up, and it's gone all the way. He's not just picked it up, that's a shot and a half. Superbly struck by Janil. And that will spoil the over Suraj, who was bowling a tight one. And at the end of the 29th, now it is 189 for 3. So once again, Krish Yadav continuing, and he's been run out. Well, he got a hand to it. And Janil, after hitting that six in the previous over, very unfortunate way for him to get out. And that's the fourth one down for the Achievers Academy. 189 for 4. All of a sudden, some wickets here for the USA Chargers, allowing them to get back into this game. In comes Shravan Matre at number 6. And in a spot of bother here, the Achievers Academy all of a sudden. Some quick wickets. 3 of them, in fact. And a run out on the name of Krish Yadav, once again superbly bowled up against Saif Khan, who is struggling out here. 2 of 7 for him. Well, the USA Chargers will be hoping to restrict them to around 250. They wouldn't want them to get anything more than that. And they have given themselves a chance. This time played down the ground. And he gets the single. And for the first time, we will see Shravan Matre on strike. And this time driven and finds the fielder out there in the deep. So getting off the mark of the very first delivery. And another single taken. Once again tucked away on the leg side. And at the end of the 30th now, it is 193 for 4. Once again, an excellent over by Krish Yadav. So Suraj continuing here. This time hit hard down the ground, but once again straight to the fielder. So just a little less than 10 overs left in this innings. And you might say we have headed into the slog overs here. This time a swing and a miss. Well, Nutan's innings seems to be the difference out here in this game. Another swing and a miss. Superbly bowled once again by Suraj. And continuing to keep things tight. This time tucked away on the leg side, finds the fielder out there in the deep. So the boundaries have dried up in the final few overs, and they would be wanting to get a few from here on till the end of the innings. Still in a very good position here, the Achievers Academy. Well, not quite given as a wide by the umpire. So another dot to end the over at the end of the 31st. Now it is 195 for 4. So once again, Krish continuing. The left arm off spinner, he's done an exceptional job out there. He's taken the big wicket of Nutan and kept things tight, and also has a run out to his name. The run out of Janil. Once again, nudged on the leg side by Saif. Moves on to 6 of 15. He's been very slow out there and would be wanting to push on. This time charging down the wicket and played straight to the fielder out there in cover, Soham. This time towards the fielder at short third. This time picked up and doesn't quite find the distance, and he couldn't quite hold on there. Aditya Narayanan on that occasion. And Krish would feel that he should have got his second wicket, but instead it's a single. And Saif Khan survives. This time wanting to cut this one away. So another dot. A good tight over once again by Krish. And at the end of the 32nd, now it is 198 for 4. Well, it seems like they have gone back to Yuan now. Yuan 3 overs, none for 25. Has not been his day so far. Once again, nudged away on the leg side. Played towards the fielder, a deep fine leg. The boundaries seem to have really dried up. This time a wild swing by Shravan Matre, but he misses out. Another swing and a miss. Excellent delivery once again by Yuan. And this is a really good comeback now by the USA Chargers. And this time he's picked this one up on the offside. Won't quite find the gap. And they come back for the second as well. Good running between the wickets. And a couple of runs will bring up the 200 for the Achievers Academy. 201 for 4 now in this 33rd over. And well, they wouldn't quite get that 300 mark from here on for sure, but they will be wanting to push on in these final 7 overs or so. And this time a thick outside edge, and it's gone over the wicket keeper and into the fence. Another boundary. Finally, it has been quite a while now, and that's the first one for Saif Khan, and he will be hoping that is first of many. And this time he nudges it on the offside and a single taken. So at the end of the 33rd, now it is 206 for 4, and Saif Khan will keep the strike. So once again, Krish Yadav continuing. 5 overs, 1 for 31. And a fuller length and picked up. And he is caught out there at the long on region. Superbly taken in the end. And another wicket for Krish Yadav. And that's the 5th one down. 206 for 5. And it's Saif Khan who is taking the long walk back to the pavilion. So Ved Amin comes in here at number 7. And he's cut this one away and cut this one fine and into the fence. So what a way to start your innings. Ved Amin just off his second delivery, hitting that one into the gap. Superbly placed. And Krish Yadav will not be impressed at all. Time it's picked up down the ground and it's gone over the fielder at long off. Maximum all of a sudden breaking the shackles here, the Achievers Academy. And it's Ved Amin just in 3 deliveries, 10 runs for him. And he's come out in a different mood here. This time a much better delivery by Krish Yadav. A good comeback after being hit for a 4 and a 6. And once again he's found the gap. And once again the ball will find the boundary. A huge over in the end after taking that wicket. 14 coming off it. And at the end of the 34th now it is 220 for 5. The 6 more overs left in this innings. 10 and 0 will get them to the 279. And they will be happy with that, the Achievers Academy. As Aman is back into the attack. Just the 2 more overs left for him. 6 overs, none for 28. Swing and a miss on this occasion. This time hit down the ground, but does not find any kind of distance. Finds the bowler. And once again, wanting to pick it up, couldn't quite get the middle of the bat. And just a single. And he's cleaned him up. And Aman is amongst the wickets once again, going for the big swing with Amin. Well, just the 14 runs for him. He hit those three boundaries, but now has to take the long walk back to the pavilion. And they are six down now, the Achievers Academy. 220 for 6 in this 35th over. Not quite able to get those quick runs as they wanted. So the new man in is Agneya. Agneya Adi coming in here at number 8 with his side. In a decent position out here, wanting to get some quick runs in these final few overs. Getting a single of the very first delivery, the left-hander. And once again hit hard and in the gap. Another boundary. Superbly struck. And a boundary to end the over. Well, Aman once again proving to be expensive even after taking that wicket. And at the end of the 35th now it is 225 for 6. Is back into the attack. And straight away a swing and a miss. And it's been given leg before wicket. And that's the 7th one down. Well, that is exactly the reason why he came in to bowl here. He wanted to bowl up against the left-hander. And it's 7 down now for the Achievers Academy. It's a collapse out here. And the USA Chargers will feel they're right back into this one. 225 for 7 after 35.1. Once again, drives it down the ground towards the long off fielder. And this time nudged away on the leg side. So a single taken of the last delivery, and at the end of the 36th now, it is 228 for 7. So Suraj is back into the attack. Surprisingly, Aman not continuing here. One more over left for him. Continuing to try and keep things tight here, the USA Chargers. Trying to restrict the opposition to as low as 250. It will be a kind of a psychological advantage for the USA Chargers. Once again, nicely bowled, but this time getting across for a quick single. And this time he's picked this one up. And he's picked that one over the fielder at mid-on, and it trickles away to the boundary. So a welcome boundary. And once again, it's off the bat of Saif Khan. Nicely hit down the ground. Once again, a swing and a miss, wanting to go for the big heave towards the leg side. And not finding any connection at all. And this time he gets another boundary. That's the second one of the over. And turning the heat on here, Saif Khan trying to get some quick runs for his side. Superbly hit once again. And this time nudged away on the offside, takes the quick single, keeps the strike. Good smart cricket this by Saif Khan. And at the end of the 37th now, it is 238 for 7. Karan Anand continuing here in this over number 38. 5 overs, 1 for 33 for him. And a reverse sweep attempted, and it's gone right through. And another one here for the captain. That's a second, and they are 8 down now, and it's Saif Khan who departs. 238 for 8 now. Just the 17 more deliveries left in this innings. An excellent comeback out here by the USA Chargers. And in comes Aryan Chauhan at number 10. 238 for 8, and the USA Chargers will be wanting to bowl them out here to as less as possible. And can they get some crucial runs here? The Aryan Chauhan and Krishav Raj. Defended on this occasion. Well, the momentum all of a sudden is with the USA Chargers. And this time it's been picked up. Chance of a catch. And not quite sure if he's taken it. And it's been given as a 6. He's dropped that one. It was a bit too high for him. He got his hand to it, but it's gone over him. And a maximum for the number 10 batter, Aryan Chauhan. And Karan Anand will feel that he should have got his third one, but instead 6 runs. Once again played in the air down the ground, and this time he will cut that one off. Aditya Narayanan. It has not been his day so far. He's dropped a couple of chances. And the score moves on to 245. These are very crucial runs here for the Achievers Academy. Once again wanting to nudge it on the offside. Couldn't quite find the gap. This time played in the air and just past the fielder inside the circle. Should be able to come back for the second, and they make it quite comfortably. So that will close out the over number 38 with the score at 247 for 8 for the Achievers Academy. So a surprise out here. It's going to be Yuvan Vinod to continue in the penultimate over of the innings. The score at 247 for 8. And it's been picked up. And picked up all the way. That's the longest 6 of the day. And you wouldn't believe it that Aryan Chauhan has come so low down the order and scoring some really crucial runs here for his side. That 6 will also bring up the 250 for the Achievers Academy. 253 for 8 now, with 11 more deliveries left in this innings. Well, a classical straight drive. And picking that one up ever so well. And Soham will have to search the ball out there. So the ball is lost, and we need a new ball for these last 11 deliveries. Not the best of the starts by Yuan. Well, a surprising decision by the captain Karan to give him the ball back in this 39th over. He had a couple of overs left with Suraj and Aman. This time won't quite carry to Krish Yadav, and they will come back for the second. Good running between the wickets. Well, the bowler feels that Krish should have come in for the catch, and henceforth they have changed the field. And once again played in the air. This time Suraj is after it, won't quite carry to him. And Karan will cut that one off. Once again, a couple of more runs. Already 10 of this over. This is turning out to be a huge over. And once again, it is just shifting the momentum in the favor of the Achievers Academy. Once again in the air, chance of a catch. And it's been dropped. Once again, spilled. In and out. And another couple of runs. How costly will this prove to be later on for the USA Chargers? Only time will tell. And this 9th-wicket partnership is going along nicely here for the Achievers Academy. Have a look at this innings by Aryan Chauhan, 19 of just 7. And once again picked up, this time behind square. And it's gone all the way. Another maximum, that's the second one of the over. 18 of this one. And still one more delivery left. And USA Chargers, well, they just don't have any response for this. It's the onslaught by the number 10, Aryan Chauhan. And once again played towards the leg side. A single taken. He will take the single, keep the strike. What an outstanding over this for the Achievers Academy. 19 coming off it. And at the end of the 39th now, just the one more over left. 266 for 8. So it is going to be Aman to continue in this final over. 1 for 34, change of ends for him for the first time. He will be bowling from this end. And once again, Aryan not shy of going for the big swing. This time he sends back his partner, Krishiv. He is striking the ball beautifully at the moment. 26 of just 11 for him. In fact, 26 of 10, striking at 260. He's got 5 more deliveries left, and he's thinking 5 boundaries. Can he get them close to the 280 mark, which they should have got? He's standing way deep inside his crease, and he's picked this one up. And once again, it will land safely. Once again, he will get a couple of more runs. He will keep that strike as well. What an outstanding partnership this has been. 30 of just 13 now. And these are very crucial runs here for the Achievers Academy. This time he gets a thick inside edge and he won't quite take the single, wants to keep the strike, wants to face the last 3 deliveries, and he has earned the right for it as well. This time a low full toss and he couldn't quite convert it. Another dot. Excellent this by Aman. Just the 2 runs of the over so far and 2 more to come. So not quite able to get going in this final over. So the Achievers Academy, well, they were in danger of being bowled out here before the 40 overs. They won't quite be. And once again picked up in the air. Once again will land safely. Once again will get a couple of runs. And they move on to 270 with that. .270 for 8, then heading into the final delivery of the innings. And the USA Chargers, well, they will be happy that they have restricted them to this kind of a total. At one stage, 300 was definitely on the cards. But they will be disappointed with this innings that they are giving away to Aryan Chauhan as well. Well, he's played it down the ground for this final delivery. He will be wanting to come back for the second, and he will make it quite comfortably. So 6 runs coming off that final over, and Aman finishes a spell at 1 for 40 in his 8. And they finished their innings here, the Achievers Academy, at 272 for 8, and the target for the USA Chargers will be 273, an uphill task for them in this chase. And we will be back for the chase on the other side. So then, we are back here for the chase. The target 273 for the USA Chargers, and it is going to be an uphill task for them to try and get these runs down. And it's going to be Ved Amin to bowl this very first over, the left arm pacer, who is going to come over the wicket up against the wicketkeeper Sohan Bhatia. Here we go then. Ball number one of the second innings. And superbly bowled straight away, almost finding an outside edge and just short of the wicketkeeper. So a dot to start with. Ved Amin, who scored a quick fire 14, a couple of fours and a six to his name in just the six deliveries that he faced. This time wanting to knock it on the leg side. This time he connects nicely and he finds the fielder out there, a deep fine leg and a single. So he gets off the mark of the third delivery of this innings and he brings the young lad Sundaraj on strike. This opening partnership, a very strong one for the USA Chargers, but it hasn't quite worked out so far together. Sundaraj, a beautiful timer of the ball, and Sohan Bhatia, someone who can really stick around in the crease. Nicely defended on this occasion. Well, the asking rate from the word go a little more than 6.5. 6.58 to be precise. And this time played towards the fielder at point. So yet to get off the mark here. And this time cut away and he finds the fielder out there in the deep. So at the end of the first over, it is two without a wicket with both the openers off the mark. So straight away, the Achievers Academy going with spin. And it's going to be Yash Patel to continue up against Sundaraj. And straight away, a huge appeal for a run out at the non-striker's end, but the umpire not interested. So wanting to get an early breakthrough here, the Achievers Academy. They already have a foothold in this game and would be wanting to knock out a few early wickets inside this power play. Once again defended. This time played on the leg side out there in the deep. So just the 3 singles so far in this innings. Trying to chase down this huge total of 273. Well, the USA Chargers have won one game and lost one game. The one that they won, they were defending a total. And when they were trying to chase, they ended up losing out by 55 runs. And they have struggled in the chase. And they would be wanting to chase this down to put out a statement for the other teams. Once again played down the ground, this time towards the fielder at long on. So once again, a couple of singles of the over at the end of the second. Now it is 4 without a wicket. Continuing and picked up nicely by Sohan Bhati. A boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Well, he's continuing the form that he showed in the very first game. Superbly picked up and wanting to get in some boundaries inside this power play here. And once again, he's picked it up in the similar region towards that deep mid wicket. A huge gap out there on this leg side. And back-to-back boundaries here for Sohan Bhatia. Well, they need a plenty more of those if they want to give themselves any chance of trying to chase this total down of 273. And this time trying to find the gap on the offside, but not quite able to. And once again, nicely played. Once again, he's found the gap. Superbly struck. That's the third boundary of the over. And Vedamin proving to be very expensive. And that will grow some confidence for Sohan Bhatia. He's moved on to 14 of just 9. And this time very wide off the off stump. A slower one as well. Almost finding an outside edge. And Sohan Bhatia also once again wanting to drive at that one. Once again played straight to the fielder. So 12 runs coming off that one at the end of the third. Now it is 16 without a wicket. So 3 over 16 and Yash Patel continuing. Playing it on the leg side on this occasion, Sundaraj. Well, Sundaraj looked very good in both the games that he played, but he got out cheaply in the end, hitting 3 boundaries each in both the encounters, and would be wanting to play a big one in this one. This time a swing and a miss, wanting to find that gap towards the offside. This time just past the outside edge, trying to play it with a straight bat. Once again just pushed down the ground. So 5 consecutive dot deliveries in this over and the pressure mounting on the USA Chargers. With every dot delivery, already the asking rate is just creeping up, now up to 7.11, and they wouldn't want it to go very high early on here. So a maiden over for Yash Patel, and at the end of the fourth now it is 16 without a wicket. This time played back to the bowler. This time picked up on the offside and beautifully played in the gap once again. That's another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. He's looking really good out there now. That's his fourth boundary. And he's enjoying himself up against Ved Amin. Well, Sohan Bhatia holds the key in this chase. He is a talented young batter. He showed some class in the very first game. This time played back to the bowler. And once again, it's picked up in the same region, the deep mid wicket region. That's his third boundary there. And the fifth one of his innings already. He's really broken the shackles here and getting some quick runs inside this power play, making full use, playing it over the infield. And the USA Chargers, well, they have raced on to a very good start here. This time he leaves it alone. Well, Sohan Bhatia knows exactly where the fielders are. And he's putting out an exhibition out here. He's raced on to 24 of the 16. And he will know that he has to play out a big innings here. Along with Sundaraj, who is slightly under pressure at the moment, 2 of 13 for him. This time wanting to find the gap on the offside, but straight to the fielder. So at the end of the fifth now, it is 26 without a wicket. So once again, Yash Patel continuing and starts off with another dot delivery. Up against Sundaraj, who is struggling out there now. 2 of 14 for him. And he really needs to get moving now. And he's placed that one in the gap. And he's placed it to perfection. That will race away to the boundary. The chase is on. But the ball will always win this race. And the first boundary for Sundaraj. That will give him some confidence. And this partnership worth 30 now. 30 of just 32. And going along nicely inside this power play. This time played straight down the ground, but there is protection out there at long on, just a single. This time nudged on the leg side, another single taken. This time played uppishly and he's beaten the fielder out there. This time the fielder will cut that one off at deep mid wicket and a couple of more runs added to the total. So a rare expensive over this by Yash Patel. 8 of it already, one more to come. And this time defended off the back foot. So at the end of the sixth over, now it is 34 without a wicket. So Vedaman continuing, 3 overs, none for 24 for him. And once again, he is up against Sohan Bhatia. This time very close to finding the outside edge. This time driven out to the fielder at deep extra cover. Once again played straight to the fielder. Once again cut nicely. But not at all fruitful on that occasion for Sundaraj. Sundaraj now 9 of 20, strike rate of just 45 compared to Sohan Bhatia, 26 of 20, strike rate of 130. This time hit straight to the fielder at long off. Hit hard and nice along the ground. And he's played this one uppishly in the air and will clear the fielder. And ball won't quite find the fence, but a couple of more runs added to the total. Good piece of batting this by Sundaraj. And at the end of the 7th, now it is 37 without a wicket. So Yash Patel continuing, and this time it's hit the pad and they get across for a leg by. This time played down the ground. Once again, just striking the pad. Well, this is turning out to be an interesting chase out here. This time played straight to the fielder. Once again, not quite able to find the gap. And just the one more delivery left. Once again, a good over by Yash Patel. His third one was expensive, but he's continued to be tight. He has bowled a maiden over and now only just the 2 runs of it. And even the 1 run coming off a leg by. And this time played towards the fielder at long on. So 3 runs coming off that one. And at the end of the eighth now, at the end of the power play, the USA Chargers are 40 without a wicket. So Ved continuing. Punched off the back foot on the soft side. Another single taken. This partnership going along nicely now. 42 of 50. As they continue to try and keep wickets in hand as well in this chase. This time just past that outside edge. Once again he drives out to the fielder at deep extra cover. This time given as one for the over. So another excellent over by Ved coming to an end at the end of the ninth. Now it is 43 without a wicket. So Yash Patel into his fifth now. 43 without a wicket after 9. 230 more required from the remaining 31 overs. All 10 wickets intact for the USA Chargers. And this time he's gone right through him. And very close to the stumps on that occasion. Very lucky there, Sohan Bhatia. And he gets a leg by in. Once again played straight to the fielder. So the boundaries have dried up since the last 2-3 overs or so. And the asking rate once again has started to go up. It's up to 7.47 now. This time tucked away on the leg side. Finds the fielder out there, a deep backward square leg. This time a swing and a miss. Once again nudged on the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Once again, an excellent over by Yash Patel. It has been an outstanding spell so far. None for 13 in his 4.5. And considering he's conceded 8 in his one of those overs, this time a quick single taken across, and they make it quite comfortably. The throw wasn't quite on the money. So at the end of the 10th now, it is 46 without a wicket. In fact, there's one more delivery left, and it won't do any damage at all to the Achievers Academy. So it's 47 without a wicket after 10. So spin from both the ends now. 47 without a wicket after 10. 226 more required from 180 deliveries. And these two are going along nicely at the moment. And he's placed that one in the gap on the offside. So now they have kept a long on and a long off fielder. No one out at the boundary line behind square. There is a deep mid wicket and a deep extra cover as well. This time hit hard along the ground. Another single taken. Once again hit along the carpet. And that single will bring up the 50 for the USA Chargers, and also this partnership worth 50. 50 without a wicket after 10.4. And they would be wanting to accelerate now a little more. The asking rate has now gone up to 7.6. Once again hit on the offside. This time the fielder cuts that one off. Good piece of fielding there. And they get a couple of runs. Couldn't quite get the middle of the bat on that occasion. Up against Krishav Raj. So at the end of the 11th now, it is 52 without a wicket. So Yash Patel continuing into his 6th consecutive over and starts off by giving away a single. This time played back to the bowler by Sundaraj. Not quite able to get going here, the USA Chargers. They have all 10 wickets intact, but the asking rate is just going up and up. Once again, straight to the fielder. This time played uppishly, and a bit of a misfield will allow them to get across for a single. Well, this is the first edition of the Global Youth Cricket League, and we are seeing some outstanding talent out here. We saw an outstanding innings today earlier on by Nutan Goyal, scoring that century, 104 of the 73 deliveries. Really making all the difference between the two sides. And once again, hit along the ground, straight to the fielder. A bit of a misfield, but Sohan wasn't interested. So another over comes to an end at the end of the 12th. Now it is 54 without a wicket. So Krishiv Raj continuing, and he starts off with a full toss and he's missed out there. Sundaraj. He seems to be struggling out there now. 18 of 36. He has taken a lot of time, and he really needs to up the ante here. This time he finds the gap, beats the fielder inside the circle, and a single taken. This time a swing and a miss, very close to the stumps on that occasion. It seems like Sohan Bhatia has also slowed down a little, 33 of 38 now. He was striking at 150 at one stage. This time played uppishly, but it's past the fielder and into the fence it goes. Superbly struck in the end. And a welcome boundary this for the USA Chargers, a much needed one. The asking rate has just been going up. That will help a little. Well, the good thing is that they have kept wickets in hand. This time he finds the fielder, not quite able to beat him. And once again wanting to beat him, but this time played uppishly, and it's been held. And that's the first one down. Well, Sohan Bhatia wants it to be checked by the umpire. He's still waiting out there. Not sure if it's given out. Well, did it carry? That is the big question. And it seems like it's given not out in the end. And Sohan Bhatia survives. So at the end of the 13th, now it is 59 without a wicket. There's one more delivery left. This time played uppishly. And he finds the fielder out there at long off. So at the end of the 13th, now it is 60 without a wicket. So Yash Patel has been taken off the attack and Omar Khan continuing. A change in the bowling time for some leg spin. Well, yet to get the first breakthrough here, the Achievers Academy. And this time a wide. Well, wanting to go for the ramp shot. Once again, another googly by Omar Khan. But not quite able to get the line that he wanted. This time played along the ground. Once again, a superb delivery this by Omar Khan. This time a swing and a miss. This time played uppishly, but once again will find the fielder out there in the deep. Won't quite find the fence. This is really good by the Achievers Academy. They are going through the overs quickly and pushing the asking rate up. This time played straight down the ground. And at the end of the 14th, now it is 64 without a wicket. So Krishav Raj continuing here. 2 overs none for 11. And once again picked up inside out. Once again placed beautifully by Sohan Bhatia. Another boundary for him. And he moves on to 44 with that one. Once again superbly timed and placed. He is an outstanding talent, isn't he? This shot, nothing short of brilliant. This time nicely defended. Will he open up his stumps for a second there? And it felt as if Krishav Raj might beat him. This time hit hard along the ground. And the fielder at long off will cut that one off. Just opening the face of the bat on that occasion. This time defended by Sundaraj. Well, the asking rate for the first time has gone above 8, 8.05 now. And this time played in the air, won't quite carry to the fielder. Once again, a single towards the fielder at long on. And this time it's been picked up and picked up nicely. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. And he moves on to 49. In fact, that's a 6. It's gone all the way. That brings up his half century. 51 of just 48 for him. It has been an outstanding innings. And he will know that the job is only half done yet. At the end of the 15th, now it is 76 without a wicket. And the USA Chargers also need less than 200 now. Just the 197 more required. So 76 without a wicket, 197 more needed from 150 deliveries. 25 more overs left in this game. This partnership looking really good as Omar Khan continues here in this 16th over. This time a wide down the leg side. That's the second time he's considered that wide. Continuing to bowl those googlies. And this time he drives it down the ground. But once again, straight to the fielder. He is getting a lot of turn off the track, Omar Khan. And would be wanting to get the breakthrough here. And this time it's beaten everybody. And the ball finds the fence. This time given us 5 wides and 5 freebies here. But he's considered 7 extras here, Omar Khan. And he really needs to rectify that as soon as possible. Once again, tucked away on the leg side, finds the single. Well, this is an outstanding partnership so far. Once again, played in the gap on the leg side. This time bowled right in front and played on the offside. So at the end of the 16th, now it is 84 without a wicket. So a change in the bowling once again is going to be Aryan Chauhan to continue. Aryan, who scored some really crucial runs at the back end of the innings. A nice little cameo of 28. And this time finds the outside edge. The leggy. Well, they have quite a few spinners in the squad, don't they, the Achievers Academy? And at the moment, not quite taking the wickets, but getting through the overs very quickly. And keeping that asking rate in check. Once again, beats the fielder inside the circle. Another single taken. This time should be a wide, and it is just outside the tram line. A much better delivery that by Aryan Chauhan. And this time it's been picked up, and he's picked that one into the gap. Once again, another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Well, he's getting those quick runs now. And Sundaraj, who has been playing second fiddle, also needs to move on. Continuing to keep those wickets in hand and now getting those boundaries as well. That's another wide by Aryan Chauhan. Way outside the tram line on that occasion. Well, you get the idea. He's wanting him to have a big swing when the ball is out wide, trying to find that outside edge. And that's a much better delivery, but once again, it's past the fielder and just a single. Well, the USA Chargers seem to be very much in control of this chase now. This time it's a low full toss, and he couldn't quite dispatch that one. Finds the fielder once again at long off. Another single to close it out. And at the end of the 17th, now it is 94 without a wicket. So Omar Khan continuing, 94 without a wicket. The USA Chargers charging on in this chase. This time it struck the pad and no appeals at all. Maybe finding an inside edge. Very difficult to make out with the naked eye. This time not quite able to find the gap. Where it has been a superb opening stand here. This time a wide down the leg side once again by Omar Khan. He has been struggling with that line. This time played uppishly and a catch dropped. That was a big chance to send Sundaraj back, but it seems like it's his day today. And they get across for a quick single as well. Well, in all fairness, that should have been taken, and that should have been the first one down. And Omar Khan very unlucky to not get the opening breakthrough. This time driven down the ground, but straight to the fielder out there at mid-off. Well, Omar Khan has given away 14 runs, out of which 8 have come off wides. And this time very close to finding the outside edge. Once again, superbly bowled. Well, he has been very good whenever the ball has been a legitimate one. Once again driven, and he beats the fielder inside the circle this time. And the ball races away to the boundary. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. And that will bring up the 100 partnership as well, and also the 100 up for the USA Chargers. 100 without a wicket now after 18. 173 more required of the remaining 22 overs. So Aryan Chauhan continuing. Well, 173 required from 122 deliveries, 132 rather. And this time played straight back to the bowler. And this time played uppishly, straight down the ground, and the fielder at long off cuts that one off. Long on rather. Well, this was the stage where Nutan Goel really put the foot on the accelerator. Can the USA Chargers also do that? At the moment, just the one run of this over in the 4 deliveries. And Sohan Bhatia holding the key in this chase. 61 of 58. And once again, wanting to go inside out, just misses out completely. Very lucky that he's missed out. And this time it struck the pad, but the umpire says no, maybe just pitching outside the leg stump. Well, that could be the only issue. Otherwise, it was looking right in front. Well, in fact, he's been given out by the umpire. A bit of a late decision in the end. And Sohan Bhatia departs here. 61 for him. He was looking really good out there. And finally, they have broken this partnership here. The Achievers Academy. 101 for 1 now after 19. And Aryan Chauhan gets his wicket after putting a lot of pressure in this over. A well said Sohan Bhatia gone. So Soham Arora comes in here at number 3 with his side in a good position here, you might say. A couple of runs taken on this occasion. In fact, just a single, and Soham Arora comes on strike here for the first time in this game, coming in here at number 3, just like he did in the first and the second game. And he's looked good in both the games, would be wanting to continue similar kind of form. And a nice little straight drive to start off. This time just past the outside edge by Omar Khan. This time the ball looped up in the air. This time he's played it inside out, but hasn't quite got the middle of the bat. Another single taken. So at the end of the 20th now, it is 104 for 1, 169 more required halfway through this innings. So Aryan Chauhan, after taking that breakthrough, continuing. And nicely driven by Sundaraj. But he's continuing to struggle here. 28 of 60 for him. Can't afford to continue in this rate. The asking rate has now gone about 8.52. This time played in the gap. Should come back for the second, and they do. This time he drives it, but straight to the fielder. So cover and extra cover both inside the circle. Wanting to cut down those singles, wanting to increase the pressure and increase the asking rate. Once again he drives and drives down the ground towards the fielder at long off. And once again he drives, but straight to the fielder. This time a huge gap out there on the leg side, and he gets the single Soham Arora. So at the end of the 21st now, it is 108 for 1, just the 4 of it. So Omar Khan continuing. And he bowls another wide delivery. Such has been the struggles for him today. Well, no one has quite been able to hit a boundary up against him. But he's conceded a plenty of wides. This time played straight to the fielder. And this time a very good delivery. He's somehow managing to find a lot of turn of the track. Well, another single taken. Well, things not quite working out here for the USA Chargers. The asking rate is just creeping up with every single delivery now. And Sundaraj now really needs to push on. This time he's played it up in the air. And once again finds the fielder out there in the deep. Will only get a single. This time swept. And swept straight to the fielder. With the score at Nelson now, 111 for 1 all ones. Still 162 away from this target. Couldn't quite middle it on that occasion. And once again, just a single. Well, in fact, they're coming back for the second. And good running between the wickets. A couple of more runs added to the total. At the end of the 22nd now, it is 113 for 1. 160 more required from the remaining 18 overs. So Aryan Chauhan continuing here, the only wicket taker. This time hit along the ground by Sundaraj. He's played that one in the gap. And the ball races away to the boundary. So a boundary for Sundaraj finally. He has taken his time out there. And now maybe is the time that he pushes on. Well, he was wanting to play out a big innings today. And it seems like it is a big one, but not that many runs so far. And would be wanting to fix that and try and get his team over the line. Once again, hit hard down the ground, and this time it has hit the stump. Very unfortunate that it didn't go away to the boundary. It was hit like a trace of a bullet there. Very unlucky there, Sundaraj. Once again played in the gap, but finds the fielder out there in the deep. Cut off, just a single. This time wanting to nudge it on the offside, but straight to the fielder. And once again, straight to the fielder. So a couple of dots to end the over at the end of the 23rd. Now it is 118 for 1. in the bowling. It's Yash Patel back into the attack here. 6 overs, none for 17 for him. He has kept things very tight, especially up against Sundaraj. Sundaraj, who is trying to push on now. This time a swing and a miss. Very slow through the air. And in fact, he's bowled a no ball. He has overstepped. And an opportunity here for Sundaraj to free his arms. A free hit coming up. And that will help Sundaraj to try and build his confidence. He's charged down the wicket and he's beaten the fielder inside the circle, and the ball will find the fence. So making full use of this free hit. And another boundary for Sundaraj. He got one in the previous over and now he gets another one. And they need some quick runs here, the USA Chargers, if they want to stay in this game. The asking rate close to 9. And with 9 wickets in hand, very much gettable. Exactly 150 more required. And this time played in the air. And he's dropped it once again. That's another chance gone down for the Achievers Academy. And that's the second time Sundaraj has been dropped. It has just been his day so far. He's got a couple of lifelines. And once again an edge, and once again it's beaten the fielder. And the ball will once again trickle away to the boundary. Another boundary for Sundaraj, who is really pushing on. Well, not quite where he intended, but it does not matter. 4 more runs to the total. Well, that is what happens when you have those wickets in hand. All of a sudden breaking the shackles, and already 9 of this over, halfway through it. And this time a thick inside edge. And how has that one missed the stumps? He's been very lucky out there today, Sundaraj. And luckily for the bowler as well, the ball didn't quite race away to the boundary. Finds the fielder out there at fine leg. Once again, it's off the edge. And this time played along the ground on the leg side. Should come back for the second. Well, sent back by Soham. And the right call in the end. So a single, and he will keep the strike at the end of the 24th now. It is 128 for 1. So Aryan Chauhan to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 19 for him. This time tucked away on the leg side. Another single taken. Well, the Achievers Academy, they have taken just the 1 wicket, but they will be happy with the position that they are in. This time a short delivery, and Soham Arora would feel that he's missed out there. Very late to play that one. And this time Soham finds the gap on the offside and he gets the boundary that he was searching for. Well, the intention is clear, but they are playing it along the ground. In fact, it's gone all the way. Well, it is just a 4 and not a 6. The umpire not sure what exactly he was signaling at. And once again he cuts, but this time finds the fielder. So 5 of the over already. Once again hit hard along the ground. And just a single. And once again nudged on the leg side, another single taken. So 7 of the over at the end of the 25th now. It is 135 for 1. So 15 more overs left in this game. 138 more required for the USA Chargers. And Yash Patel into his final over, 7 overs, none for 27. He has proven to be very economical today. And Sundaraj finds a thick inside edge. Sundaraj now on 48 of 78. This time hit along the ground, but straight to the fielder. Just a single. This time cut away. And another quick single taken. So keeping the scoreboard ticking. And Sundaraj back on strike. So Sundaraj on 49. Just a run short of his half century. Well, he has taken his time to get there, but it has been a very good innings. Played straight to the fielder. So just the 2 of the over, and Yash Patel continuing to be very economical. And he would be wanting to get out without giving away a boundary in the next 2 as well. This time played back into the hands of Yash Patel. Another dot. And the pressure just keeps on rising with every single dot delivery. The asking rate now almost touching tens. 9.6 at the moment. And this time a leading edge won't quite carry to the fielder. So another dot to end the over, just the 2 of it. And Yash Patel finishes his spell, 8 overs, none for 29, an outstanding one. And at the end of the 26th now, it is 137 for 1. So 136 more required of the last 14 overs. And once again, Aryan Chauhan will continue. Once again, hit along the ground. Well, in fact, it's Agneya Adi to continue, not Aryan Chauhan. Another spinner. So now then, once again, Sundaraj on 49. And once again, hit straight to the fielder. And that will be another dot delivery. And the Achievers Academy will be very happy to see this. They would feel that they are right on top. The asking rate has touched exactly 10 now. 10 and over required from here on. For the first time, it has crept into those double figures. And once again pushed. And he's pushed it ever so nicely. That's gone away to the boundary, a much needed boundary. And that will also be his half century. 53 for Sundaraj. 53 of 85 deliveries. He's taken his time out there. But he really needs to stick around now and try and get some quick more runs. He raises his bat, but he really needs to push on now. He needs to improve that strike rate. We haven't seen much of an intent still by the USA Chargers, playing the ball along the ground. And this time played in the air and he's gone. Caught off his own bowling, an exceptional catch by Adi. Never easy of your own bowling. And Sundaraj, after making his half century, perishes. And both the openers are now back to the pavilion. 53, a well-made 53. He's fought hard for it. And it is 142 for 2 now after 26.5. So Advik comes in here at number 4. Still 131 more required from 79 deliveries. And they really need to push on here, the USA Chargers. The asking rate 9.95. And tucked away on the leg side, straight to the fielder, a dot to end just the 5 runs and a wicket of it. A successful over for the Achievers Academy. And at the end of the 27th now, it is 142 for 2. So the Achievers Academy are back to the Pacers here. 5 overs, none for 30. Their only fast bowler, the left arm pacer Ved Amin, going to continue here. Well, they need a few big hits here, the USA Chargers. Otherwise, this game will just keep on going away and away, further away from them. They would want to keep that asking rate in check. Both the openers making an half century. And he starts off with a wide down the leg side and goes away to the boundary. So 5 welcome runs for the USA Chargers. Well, not needed at all there by Ved Amin. And this will help them a lot. Well, in fact, it's been given as leg buys. So he gets away with it with Amin. But a boundary nonetheless. And for the first time, we have seen the ball being played in the air, and in the air, perfectly it's placed in the gap. Another boundary. That's 2 boundaries back to back, and that will also bring up the 150 for the USA Chargers. And maybe they are turning the heat on now. 150 for 2 in this 28th over. Finally, some intention shown by Soham Arora. And it seems like they are enjoying up against the Pacers. Well, it's only the one Pacer for the Achievers Academy. This time pushed through the offside. Good sensible cricket this. He's got a couple of boundaries and now takes the single and rotates the strike and brings the new man Advik on strike. Advik, who took the opening wicket of this game. This time he leaves it alone. Happy to leave it alone. This time nudged away on the offside, gets the single towards the third man region, and he gets off the mark of his third delivery. Taking his time out there. Well, he doesn't have a lot of time though. Once again played on the offside and they get across. A direct hit would have sent Advik back to the pavilion. That was very close and a risky run taken. So at the end of the 28th now it is 153 for 2. So Adi will continue. And it struck the pad, a huge appeal. And maybe just angling down the leg side. And Soham survives. Soham 18 of 21 now. He has got his eye in. And he needs to get going now. He got a couple of boundaries in the previous over, 4 of them of leg byes. This time taking that quick single. Once again played straight to the fielder. And once again he struck the pad and appeal. And the umpire says it's sliding down the leg side, and once again he survives there. This time it was Advik. This time played uppishly, driving that one. But once again, straight to the fielder. So just the 2 runs of the over so far. One more to come. This is outstanding in the context of the game by Adi. Still 118 away from this target. 118 of 67. Well, it's the difference between the runs and the balls that they will be thinking now. 51. And they would be thinking at least 12 boundaries from here on is what will get them ahead. And that is another dot delivery. So at the end of the 29th now, it is 155 for 2. Omar Khan continuing. And he's played it on the offside. Once again, straight to the fielder. This time charging down the wicket and he's gone right through him. And Soham Arora has slipped and he's been stumped. And that's the 3rd one down. And Umar Khan gets a wicket. And it is 156 for 3 now. Another set batter gone. And in huge trouble now, the USA Chargers trying to chase this huge total down of 273. So Abdur Rahman is the new man in, and he gets off the mark instantly. And these two need to get some quick runs here. Still more than 100 required, 116 more required of 63 deliveries, and the asking rate has now gone above 11 as well. And Advik has played that one in the air, but once again will find the fielder at deep mid wicket. Just a single. And this time he's picked this one up and picked this one up ever so well. And it's gone away to the boundary, playing that one over the fielder at square leg. Superbly picked up by Abdur Rahman, showing some class and character out here. Just a second delivery. And this time it will be given as a wide by the umpire. So Omar Khan will have to reload. And it's played in the air and it's gone away to the boundary once again. Well, not the best of the deliveries by Omar Khan. And that's back-to-back boundaries for Abdur Rahman. All of a sudden showing some intent. And at the end of the 30th now it is 167 for 3. 106 more required in the last 10 overs. So 2 overs, 1 for 7, and Adi continuing. And this time played in the air, chance of a catch. And once again, it's spilled. Not quite able to take it. It was very difficult, didn't quite carry to him. And a single taken by Advik. And it brings Abdur Rahman on strike. And he swept this one. Well, there was a huge appeal. Maybe hitting the pad first, not sure exactly. And a dot. And the pressure rises once again. This time wanting to cut it away. And the dot count just keeps on increasing here. This time a reverse sweep attempted. And the umpire does not give that as a wide. Well, not sure exactly why, because it was definitely outside the tram line. And maybe the umpire undone by the attempt of a reverse sweep, and that's another dot. Just the one of the over. How crucial is this by Adi? And once again, just tucked away on the leg side. That will just be 2 of the over. And at the end of the 31st, now it is 169 for 3. Still 104 more required for the USA Chargers. Aryan Chauhan continuing. 5 overs, 1 for 26 for him. Starts off by giving away a single. They need quite a few big shots from here on. Well, that is one of those attempted, but went right through by Aryan Chauhan. And this time played back to the bowler. Not quite able to get away here. Another swing and a miss. And once again, just the one of the over so far. And 4 deliveries already bowled. And the asking rate has now gone above 12 as well. And the task just keeps on getting more and more difficult for the USA Chargers. This time he connects. And another chance dropped. Well, they have dropped quite a few here, the Achievers Academy today. But it won't really matter because they are still a long way behind in this game here, the USA Chargers. And Advik very lucky on that occasion to survive. And just a single once again. So what can Abdur Rahman do? Can he spoil this over for Ajay Chauhan? Well, he bowls a wide delivery and it's gone right through the wicket keeper. But the fielder will cut that one off. And they come back for the second as well. So a couple of more runs, 3 more runs added, in fact, including that wide. And finally, they need less than 100 more. The USA Chargers, 99 more needed from 49. This time going for the ramp shot. Well, no one behind square at the boundary line on this leg side. But the fielder does get across. He had to run a long way from the square leg region. And a couple of more runs added. So at the end of the 32nd, now it is 176 for 3. So Adi, who gave away just the 2 runs in the previous over, continuing here. 97 needed from 48. Finds a thick inside edge for another single. Well, not quite able to find the 4s and 6s that they need. This time cut away. Well, it's surprising that none of the shots have been played in the air yet. Just not wanting to go for the big ones. Wanting to nudge it around, wanting to find the gaps for those 4s. And the asking rate has just kept on increasing and increasing. This time hit towards the leg side, and finally they find a boundary. Well, it was once again played along the carpet, and this time he places that one in the gap. And the deep mid wicket fielder and the long on fielder were converging, and it's hit right between them. And a much needed 4. Is that the shot that gets them going? Well, once again picked up in the air, and this time not quite able to get any kind of good connection, and it's been held. And that's the 4th one down. It's Advik. The pressure was increasing, and he has perished here. And Advik, well, just the 11 runs for him, just the one boundary. That too came off his previous delivery, and it is 182 for 4 now. Still 95 away from this target. So in comes Yuan Vinod, coming in here at number 6 with his side in huge trouble. Still 91 more needed from 44 deliveries. It's a huge task in front of them now, the USA Chargers. It has been a test, and they haven't quite lived up to it. And this time hit hard through the offside, once again along the ground, and a single taken of the very first delivery gets off the mark. Well, they need one of these two to play a nice little cameo. A quick fire half century, this time played nicely by Abdur Rahman, but once again will find the fielder and come back for the second as well. So another successful over for Adi coming to an end. Second wicket for him at the end of the 33rd. It is 185 for 4, 88 more required of the last 7 overs. So once again, Omar Khan continuing. Well, he's got a couple of more overs left, Omar Khan. 6 overs, 1 for 38. He's done well though. He has taken a wicket as well. And at the moment, Yuan Vinod, well, he needs to play out a blistering innings here. This time just past the outside edge. Well, if it was any time to go, this is really the time to go for the USA Chargers. Once again, just played along the ground, just a single. This time a shorter delivery picked up, chance of a catch, and it's taken. And Abdur Rahman departs, and the second wicket for Omar Khan. And it's a mini collapse here for the USA Chargers. They are losing wickets left, right, and center for now. It is 186 for 5, and just not able to get going in this chase. So in comes Aditya Narayanan at number 7. Still 87 away from this target. 87 required of 39 deliveries. And this time a thick inside edge. It's onto the pad. Well, Omar Khan will be happy that he's got a couple of wickets after conceding that many extras. This time short and punched hard, and he's beaten the fielder inside the circle. But once again, the man out there at deep point, more like a sweeper, will come across. And a couple of runs for Aditya Narayan to get off the mark. Well, this time finding a lot of turn and definitely going down the leg side on that occasion. And a dot to end the over at the end of the 34th. It is 188 for 5. So Krishav Raj continuing, and that's the first six for Yuvan Vinod, and he would be hoping that it is the first of many. A superb shot down the ground, and a maximum. Finally, trying to get that move on. This time charging down the track, but played out to the fielder at point. Will they need a plenty more of those here, the USA Chargers? And once again played in the air, down the ground, and this time a misfield will allow the ball to run away to the fence. A boundary for Aditya Narayanan. All of a sudden, an expensive over this, 11 of it already. And trying to get a push on here, the USA Chargers. Can they do the unthinkable? Well, they have got some capable batters still left. And this time getting across for a single, a bit risky, and getting those overthrows as well. A couple of more runs added to the total with that. It will also bring up the 200 for the USA Chargers, 201 for 5 in this 35th over. Maybe just a too little too late here. Well, the asking rate has reached 13.5. Once again, bowled short and played in the air. And the fielder does well to stop that one, just a single. This time charging down the wicket and it hits the pad and a single taken. So at the end of the 35th now it is 203 for 5, 70 more required in the last 5 overs. So Omar Khan continuing into his final over. 7 overs, 2 for 41 for him. And he starts off with a single here, Yuan. Well, they need a couple of big overs here, the USA Chargers, to try and get back into this game. A couple of overs in the 20s. And this time finding a lot of turn, and he's gone right through, and it's gone and hit the stumps. And that's the sixth one down. It's Aditya Narayanan who departs now. And the third breakthrough for Omar Khan. He's really enjoyed himself out there. He's found a lot of turn off this pitch. And the collapse continues here for the USA Chargers. 204 for 6. Still 69 away from this target. So Ishan comes in here at number 6. Can he get them going? Well, he was promoted up the order yesterday. In fact, day before yesterday, when they were trying to chase that total up against the Mumbai Cricket Club. And this time, once again, asked to come down the order. And that is maybe exactly why. Once again, he's gone right through Omar Khan. And he's got 2 and 2. This time, right through the gate between pad and pad. And it is 7 down now for the USA Chargers, falling like 9 pins. So in comes Karan Anand here at number 9. And the first task for him will be to face the hat-trick ball up against Omar Khan. What a moment this is for the young lad. He's got a four. Can he get a fiver as well? He's got 3 more deliveries left. But first of all, he will be eyeing that hat-trick. A big opportunity for him. Well, he has been kept on confusing the batters with his leg spinners and the off spinners. He's gone right through the gate a couple of times. Can he get it once again? Not quite so. Karan Anand just defends that one and keeps the hat trick away. The captain not wanting the opposition to take that hat trick. And now maybe it's the time for him to go. 69 required of 26. Well, the USA Chargers bat deep. They bat all the way to number 11. Even Aman and Suraj can bat. Suraj, who hit those 3 sixes in the very first game up against the Pristine Sports. But still a tall task ahead of them. 68 more required from 25. Once again, just tucked on the leg side. And that will finish the spell for Omar Khan. 8 overs, 4 for 44. Absolutely superb by him. And at the end of the 36 now, it is 206 for 7. So the asking rate now almost touching 17. And they need a special innings here from Yuvan Vinod. And wanting to play this one fine. Krishav continuing, who conceded those 16 runs in the previous over. And they need an override that one. This time charging down the wicket, couldn't quite get the elevation that he wanted. Finds the fielder out there at deep mid. Coming back for the second chance of a run out. And he makes it in the end. Good running between the wickets. So he's got the 3 runs of the first delivery. This is the over for the USA Chargers where they need to push on. And he gets a dot. Krishav Raj. This time charging down the wicket. It's been hit straight as an arrow. And into the fence it goes. A very good looking shot this by Yuvan Vinod. And maybe they have still a bit more of fight left in them. Well, they need a plenty more of those from here on. But that was a low full toss and dispatched and punished beautifully in the end. Well, he is a hard hitter, Yuvan Vinod. Once again, shot and a misfield has gone right through. That's back-to-back boundaries. Well, maybe the fielder just feeling a bit of a pressure. And that brings the target down to 56 more required. 56 from 20. And trying to stay in touch here. He's got 2 more deliveries left in this over. Can he get a couple of lusty blows? Yuvan Vinod. Charging down the track. And beautifully fielded in the end. He's done really well to keep that one in. Will come back for the second once again. Well, the USA Chargers will be going back and thinking about the middle overs now where they conceded a lot of dot deliveries. At least another 20 in those middle overs would have got the equation down to 34 of 19. Once again played in the air and finds the fielder out there in the deep. A single taken. He will keep the strike. And at the end of the 37th now it is 220 for 7. Well, we have seen 31 overs of spin out of the 37. And once again, Aryan Chauhan will be continuing. A shorter delivery, hit hard down the ground. And he finds the boundary of the very first delivery. That's exactly what they needed here. They need less than 50 now. 49 more required. And Yuvan Vinod is playing an important hand out here. Can he get them even more closer? 49 from 17 now. Once again hit very straight. And another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. What a start to the over. And maybe, just maybe they are still alive here. The USA Chargers. That brings it down to 45 required of 16. A couple of hits will really get them back into this one. This time charging down the wicket. And he's hit that one once again into the fence. Once again, picking the gap beautifully. And 3 back-to-back fours in this over. Now then, maybe it's not done yet. Yuvan Vinod moves on to 37 now. 37 of just 17, striking at more than 200. This time a much better delivery by Aryan Chauhan, and he gets a dot delivery. Well, still very much in control here, the Achievers Academy. And maybe a little too much to do for Yuvan Vinod here. He's got underneath that one, not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. And that's gone for another boundary. So the fourth boundary of the over. The fielder getting around there, but couldn't quite stop that one. It was hit that hard. And keeping his side in the game here, Yuvan Vinod. Once again hit hard through the offside, and he gets the single, keeps the strike. So at the end of the 38th, now it is 237 for 7. 36 more required in the last 2 overs. So 36 from 12, and they have gone back to their pacer, Ved Amin. 6 overs, none for 37 for him. They need one good over here, the Achievers Academy. And for the first time up against the Pacers, Yuvan Vinod, 42 of 20, striking at 240 at the moment. In fact, striking at 210 at the moment. Would be fancying himself up against the pacer. Ved Amin to bowl the penultimate over of this game. The game not quite done yet. And he's pulled this one away. But the fielder will cut that one off. A single taken. And it brings Karan Anand on strike. Well, he has to go now, Karan Anand as well. Can't afford any dot deliveries. And he's hit this one in the air. He's cleared the infield. And that's gone away to the boundary, a much needed boundary at the start of this over. Well, by no means is this done yet. 31 from 10 now. They are getting those boundaries that they need. And this time it was a boundary by the captain, Karan Anand. Once again played in the air, won't quite carry the distance, chance of a catch, and it's taken. Well, that was coming, and Ved Amin gets a wicket for himself. And they are 8 down now, the USA Chargers, 242 for 8. And it's the captain Karan Anand who has to depart now, just the 5 runs for him. And he couldn't quite get the connection that he wanted. And it is 242 for 8, 31 still away from this target. Well, in comes Suraj at number 10, and he has shown us that he is no mug with the bat. He hit those 3 sixes in the very first game of just the 4 deliveries that he faced up against the Pristine Sports, and now has the opportunity once again to prove himself with the bat. He's got a promotion from number 11 to number 10. Can he get a couple of sixes here? Well, he starts off with a swing and a miss. So a dot delivery, not quite able to get any kind of connection on that one. Well, he needs to connect the next to Suraj. He is a powerful lad. He has those long levers. And he is more than capable of hitting the long ball. He's connected this one, but it's gone straight up in the air. And chance of a catch, but it won't quite carry. And it lands safely. And he will get just a single, and it will bring Yuan back on strike for the final delivery of this over. Well, they have left themselves in a huge hole now, the USA Chargers. 30 from 7. And Yuan Vinod, well, he can't really afford to think of taking a single here to keep the strike. He needs to go for it. And he will be hoping for a bit of a luck to go in his favor as well. A couple of wides or a no ball. And once again hit hard down the ground, and he's beaten the fielder. Well, the fielder did well to stop that one, but he couldn't quite keep the ball in. And into the fence it goes. So 26 needed of the final over. And at the end of the 39th, now it is 247 for 8. So here we go then, the final over, 26 required, and it's going to be Aryan Chauhan to continue. And Suraj will be on strike with those long levers. Can he connect a couple here? Well, not quite so on the first delivery. Played along the ground, and he will just take the single. Yuan has said, you stay at the non-strikers and let me take the onus on myself. So he's on 47 of 22, 25 required of 5. And Yuan Vinod needs to connect 4 out of the 5. He's played this one in the air. And he's cleared everybody. So that's the first one. Now then, 19 of 4. That will bring up his half century as well. 53 of just 23. It has been an outstanding innings, but he's not really got much of support from anyone else. Who would have thought that they would make it so close here, the USA Chargers? 19 of 4. This time hit hard down the ground. Will get only a single. Well, he wants to come back for the second. A bit of a misfield. And it's gone away to the boundary. He's made a total mess of that one. Now then, the Achievers Academy, are they throwing this one away? 15 required of 3. And this time a swing and a miss. And it seems like Aryan Chauhan has done the job here for his side. 15 of 2 is impossible from here on, barring that there are no balls or wides. All Aryan Chauhan has to do is just the bowl 2 legitimate deliveries and his side is over the line. And this time picked up behind square and into the fence. It won't really matter. They need 11 of the last delivery. Well, it has been an outstanding innings out here by Yuvan Vinod, but it's been too little too late here for the USA Chargers. So here we go then, the final ball of the game. He's going to hit that one hard, straight to the fielder out there at long on, and he will get only a single. And the USA Chargers will finish their innings at 263 for 8, and they fall short by just the 9 runs. And the Achievers Academy, well, they have done enough to defend this one. An outstanding innings by Yuvan Vinod in the end, but just not enough. And the Achievers Academy win this game by 9 runs thanks to an outstanding century by Nutan Goel, who made all the difference right at the beginning. Well, so that was it from day number 3 in the Global Youth Cricket League. We will be back tomorrow with more cricketing action. Roy, hi.
Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Welcome to post presentation of AA versus. Mic test, mic test. Welcome to post presentation. Hello, hello. Mic test, mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome to presentation. हेलो नहीं सुनाई दे रहा आ रहा है ओके
A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the post match presentation of game number 3. In fact, day number 3 of the Global Youth Cricket League. An outstanding game once again. This time, more than 500 runs scored in the 80 overs that were played. Can I request the losing captain to come up first, please, Karan? Well, Karan, hard luck today. What do you think went wrong today?
Yeah, I think today again we made similar mistakes as the last game. I think the partnership with the number 3 batsman and the opener, I think that took the game away from us in the beginning. But I think we fought well towards the end of our first innings, and I think batting, hats off to the boys. They almost got it done.
Do you think 273 was too much or it was chaseable?
No, I do think it was chaseable. Like we got within 10 runs. I think a few things here and there in the batting, we could have got it done easily.
Do you think that chasing is kind of an issue for your side because one game which has been won you have defended and the second and third has been lost while chasing?
I wouldn't say it's an issue. I just think it's maybe something to work on. But I think today we almost got it done again. Chasing 270 is no easy thing, and we almost got there within 10 runs. So,
all right, all the best for the next 2 games. Thank you. Well, we saw quite a few performances today. Can I first call upon Mr. Sohan Bhatia to come up, please? He was one of the impact players today. So, Sohan, another half century. Did you think that 273 was chaseable? Did you think that you will play throughout the innings?
yeah, I think 270 was really chaseable. Just in the middle overs, we got stuck a lot, and then Yuvan at the end brought the game back a little bit. But at that point, it was a little late and a little too much to ask. So we could have done better in that middle phase.
What do you think of your partnership with Sundaraj? Did you plan first that he would be playing the second fiddle, or did you just go with the flow?
It was sort of just going with the flow, but as I said before, we had a good start, and after that, we were finding it tough to convert dot balls to singles. That's definitely something we'll be looking to improve on later for the games.
All right, all the best for the next 2 games. Well played today. Well, we had another half century. Can I ask Mr. Yuvan to come up, please? Mr. Yuvan Vinod. Well, outstanding innings today, Yuvan. You almost got it done, almost doing the impossible. What did you make of the situation that you came in?
I think it was a tough situation, but I knew that it was possible, so I just tried to give my best shot at it. But today it didn't work out, but there's always a chance that you can chase the goal.
Do you think that you enjoy more against the spinners rather than the pacers?
Today I played more spin, but I think I prefer both equally. But yeah.
What was there in your mind when you came out to bat? As in, do you think that you came maybe a little too late? You could have come a bit more up the order?
I think I look at myself as a batsman, so I mean you can always think to go up, but I think we had a game plan and I tried to fit into it as best as I could.
All right. All the best for the next 2 games. Well played today. Next, I would like to call upon the coach of the Achievers Academy, Mr. Prashant. Congratulations on the victory today. What do you make of this tournament, the Global Youth Cricket League?
Well, it's definitely a wonderful opportunity for all the young people playing in this tournament, and to play on such a wonderful ground, it's definitely a good experience for them.
What do you think of the performance that was done today? Do you think you have anything to improve, or do you think it was a totally perfect performance?
I think the boys got a little bit complacent. They could have done better. They could have closed out the match a little bit early, but that's how cricket is. And they are all young. They'll definitely get to learn from this. So we could have finished it early, but yeah, it's a learning phase for each and everyone. So as cricketers, they'll definitely learn from this.
You have any different plans ahead for the next 2 games?
Nothing different. Just keep on playing the good cricket that we've been playing.
All right. All the best for the rest of the tournament. Well, next I would like to call upon Mr. Royston to give the Man of the Match award. Well, there were quite a few candidates. We saw a century also made today by Nutan, but in the end, the Man of the Match goes to Omar Khan for taking those 4 wickets. And he will be getting the Man of the Match award from Mr. Royston. Well, Omar, 4 wickets. At the beginning, you were struggling a little with those wides. Would you want to say anything about that?
मुझे स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्ट हो रहा था कि ग्रिप करने में बॉल थोड़ा, इसलिए वाइड जा रहा था. बाद में कवर हुआ और अच्छे बॉल डाले हमने और विकेट्स लिए और हम मैच जीते, तो अच्छा लग रहा है.
क्या आपको लगा था 272 काफी होगा?
हमारे टीम पे पूरा भरोसा था मुझे, मेरी टीम के बॉलर्स पे काफ़ी भरोसा था और मैं खुद एक बॉलर हूँ, तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा था कि मेरी टीम अच्छा करी है और हम मैच निकाल लेंगे।
तो क्या ये एक प्लान है कि ज्यादा करके स्पिनर्स से बॉलिंग करवाना है, कि ये पिच की वजह से आप लोग ने आज ज्यादा स्पिनर्स को बॉलिंग कर?
बाद में देखा जाए तो विकेट में थोड़ा ग्रिप मिल रहा था, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा और हमारे कोच को भी ऐसा लगा कि स्पिन थोड़ा ज़्यादा यूज़ हो सकता है, तो वो बेनिफिट दिया हमें, लास्ट तक में मैच जीते हम।
ऑल राइट, आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस टुडे, बहुत ही शानदार खेला है आपने, थैंक यू सो मच. Well, so that was it from the post-match presentation here on day number 3 of the Global Youth Cricket League. We will be back tomorrow with more cricketing action. Until then, goodbye.